farmers, and welcome back to Kinlaig on the Highland fishing expansion on Farming Simulator 25. Day 2, month 2. Gotta get some work done. I need to bring some cash into the farm, even though we got a little bit of cash, but I'm spending it faster than we're bringing in at this point. Hopefully everyone's having a good Saturday. Had a nice Halloween if you celebrate that. But hello Crystal, Jay, Uncle John is here as well. Unknown, welcome. Hopefully everyone's, like I said, having a good Saturday so far. But yeah, we're back here in Kinlaig, and we got some work to get done today. Hopefully we should get right out to the fishing relatively soon. But I think I'm going to start with this little bit of field work to begin with today. Just kind of get myself into it before we get out on our little boat and head out to our, what's it actually called? Is it actually called offshore fishing? Offshore agriculture. Yeah, we got to go out there and bring our young salmon and trout out there. Probably not fish food. We'll be doing some fish food at some point. When's the soybeans ready for harvest? Soybeans. October is when they should be ready for harvest. And our soybean field is down here. And as we can see, it should be ready next month, hopefully. Hopefully it will be. Let's start today off, though, by planting. I can plant barley in September, right? I should be able to. Barley, barley, barley. Yes, we can plant barley. So I think we'll start off by planting some barley. Don't remember where I left half of my stuff yesterday, because we were around quite a bit. That looks like my Massey Ferguson. The T8 should be over here somewhere. Yes, it's over here. So this field here, we're going to put some barley into it. Hello, Miles. Welcome. So we do have our sawmill going. I'm going to need to get some wood into the sawmill. That almost covered about half of our expenses overnight. So, which is not too bad. But man, I really got to figure out another way to bring in some money, because my loan payment is almost $50,000 a month. And if the sawmill is only going to bring in like 26, 27, it's not going to quite cut it. All right, so before we start planting, let's go top this off with fertilizer, because I don't think I'm going to have enough for the field. So our first day here in Kinlaig went pretty well, although spending $8 million does sound a little bit scary, but and I got to pay that back. It's going to take me... my loan's for 20 years. Oh, I'm on the wrong side of the road. Pardon me, apologize, my bad. I did take out the loan for 20 years, but we should get it paid back before then. I'm guessing somewhere around year 5 or 6 before I can actually start paying extra on the loan. We'll have to see how it goes. Not going to get to year 5 or 6 today, but I think that's how we did it on Riverbend Springs. Somewhere around year 5 or 6 is when I really started to be able to pay back some money on the loan. All right, full of fertilizer and topped off with seed, may as well. Yeah, so I was actually thinking just a few minutes ago before the stream started about, we do have a sheep pen here. Maybe I should get some sheep at some point. We'll have to see how the grass field goes. Oh, I got to fertilize the grass field. Yes, I'm going to need a fertilizer for that. What's in the sale page? Okay, none of that stuff that we need. Wait, what is that? Oh, that's a... Okay, that's not what we need. What I should get is just a regular old fertilizer spreader. They're not that expensive. It is 25 grand. I mean, that's all I really need to get the field done anyways. I mean, that's 2 grand, but that doesn't hold enough fertilizer to get the grass field done, so it's got to be that, probably. All right, but let's start off by getting the barley put in. So our onion field will be probably another onion field next year. We will plant that in the spring. And our soybean field will probably remain a soybean field year in and year out. I was kind of hoping When I was spending money yesterday, I was kind of hoping that I would have enough money left over to buy another field, but that's not going to happen. So we're going to have to make do with the fields that we have. Who knows? I may actually start doing some fertilizing contracts, bring some money in. I really haven't done the contracts in a while. Alright, maybe my Massey Ferguson's going to be needed for planting with this. I'm about 50 horsepower over the requirement for the implement, but I am going uphill. So the barley is being planted so we can make flour, and we need flour to make the fish food. The field behind us, we planted that yesterday. That canola is for making canola oil, and we need that for making the fish food. And also canola oil would be good for the vegetable production where we can make fried onions. Hello, Sirwell. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday so far. So I don't think I'm going to be the entire stream in the month of September. Yesterday, the entire stream, we were just pretty much in the month of August, setting up the farm, taking care of the fields that we had, or have, harvesting, and of course prepping them up for today. I don't think I'm going to be in September too long. Yeah, so my currently 227,000. I got about a fertilizer spreader, so that'll bring me down to 200,000. Basically, I got about 4 months worth of loan payments in the bank. That's about it. So yeah, probably buying the fertilizer spreader might not be too bad, and just do fertilizing contracts with it. You know, it wouldn't be a bad idea, but I don't know how much that tractor is buy that JCB, the small JCB, and just have that do fertilizing contracts only to bring money in. I probably could actually use that Breedle spreader with fertilizer, but I hate having to unload all that lime and fill that up with fertilizer. But if it could save me 25 grand from having to buy a small fertilizer spreader in the meantime, that wouldn't be a bad idea. But before I unload that lime out of it, I think my grass field, I don't think I put lime in my grass field yet. So if you weren't here yesterday, the reason why this field is like half plowed and half not, tram lines. I had to plow the tram lines out of the field because I don't want the tram lines. We're not going to get the grip going up the hill here. Alright, let's drop off the drill here. T8, I love you, T8. This is the 8000 series T8. Am I streaming tomorrow? Yes, I'll be streaming Kinlaig all the way through till, up till Tuesday. I'll have to see how we're going. And maybe I'll stream Wednesday, but Wednesday is usually my day off. I mean, Sunday's usually my day off from streaming, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Let's see, the plow. I think I'm done with the plow, but yeah, I may start doing some contracts around here to bring in some money. Whoops, my worker kind of missed a corner, I think. Probably missed some other corners as well. But since we're here, we'll grab this. Let's see here. Where shall I put the plow? Well, I don't think the sheds here are really accommodating for the plow, so I'm just going to plop it over here. Actually, I can go out this way. Alright, just zip around here. Hello, Lindsay. If I plowed the whole field, wouldn't that get rid of the tram lines? Yeah, it will. But I didn't need to plow the whole field. You just got to plow where the tram lines are. Alright, Massey Ferguson has about 70 more horsepower than the T8 does. So after we get done with this, I'm going to start looking at some contracts, which I haven't done contracts in any of my series in a while. Actually, the last time I think I did contracts probably was on Penye. So it's been a moment. Actually, I should grab the T8 on the Bredel spreader and get that putting lime down in our grass field. Let me get that all set up. Let's see. Now I gotta find my T8. There it is. Hello, Panther. Welcome. Hope you're doing well on a Saturday. Yeah, and I will be streaming tomorrow. Usually my Sunday's my day off from streaming. Sunday's usually the day I record the Shamburgo episodes. There will be no Shamburgo episodes this upcoming week. Oh, and also, I will be starting my stream at the same time tomorrow, but in the States, we are changing our clocks back an hour. So technically I'm starting at noon New York time tomorrow, but if you live elsewhere and you're not changing your clocks back, it'll be an hour later than it was today. And I took the wrong corner to get up to my grass field. That's what you get when you've only been up to your grass field once. Not really any place to turn around here. I need to go up that small dirt road. This one here brings me out to the main road. Yeah, so I mean, if we get enough grass off our grass field for our cattle, which I think we'll be doing, And I got a lot of grass left over. Won't be a bad idea to maybe get some sheep and I could sell wool. Now, I don't think this is going to be enough lime to get the field done. At the same time, I kind of want to empty out the lime. Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll get a worker. I was ready to say the field's not big enough. I'll do it, but I need to get the work done. Number of headlands 2, 5% overlap, yada yada. It looks all good. Alright, and they're off. Alright, back into the Massey Ferguson. Yeah, I could actually use the extra hour tonight for moving the clocks back an hour. Maybe I'll get some more sleep. Those tree lands part of your border? If you're talking about with the grass field, yes, those trees up there I should own. But I'm going to be taking the trees down where we were cutting yesterday, which is kind of like over there. Because we own a lot of trees over there. And the reason why I want to cut down those, because I may need more sheds in the future. And I would like to put the shed over there. Mine's just everywhere. How much is that small JCB? Because I would not mind having that, and maybe if it's not too expensive. It's only 51,000. 130 horsepower. I can bump it up to 150 horsepower for another 10,000. Can I put BKT tires on there? I can. Beacon, front loader attacher, probably not. So 62,000 plus 25,000 for that fertilizer spreader if I want to go that route. So yeah, we're talking almost 90,000. Contracts. Boy, I haven't done contracts in a while. Let's see what kind of contracts are out there and what they pay. So fertilizing. Harvesting contracts. I mean, I could do. I would get a little bit of money off of it. Oh, onions. I don't want to do onions. Rock removal. Spraying. I mean, I could do herbicide spraying. Plowing contracts would not be bad to do either. Like I said, I'm going to have to find another form of income. I don't want to do greenhouses because that's what we've been doing quite a bit in the last few series. I mean, it's a good way to make passive income. Just put down a greenhouse, some water, and put it on direct sell. You don't have to worry about it. And really, I don't know, because we're going to be getting our fish farm really up and going. I don't know how profitable they're going to be. Well, I'm glad I bought this Massey Ferguson. I did not think our T8, which has a little bit more horsepower than our current JCB, I did not think that the T8 was not going to have enough forces under the hood to take care of some of this stuff, and it seems to be just slightly underpowered. Is this in like an S8 Massey Ferguson? Or sorry, 9. It's a 9S. Numbers before letters on the Massey Ferguson. Now this has 425 horsepower, I believe. So I did go back, watched a little bit of the stream yesterday. I made a couple of short videos. And the collectibles that I found, we did not get paid for the collectibles. Now, I don't know what's going to happen if I find all 12. Maybe once I find all 12, maybe it'll lead somewhere. Hello, Sandrino. Welcome. Hope you've been well and you're having a good Saturday so far. All right, our lime spreader is out of lime. No surprise. So after I get this field done, I think, well, maybe I should finish up the grass field on lime and fertilizer. That way I don't have to think about it. And then we'll take care of our young salmon and trout over at our nursery. Then we'll get them out into the lake. Hello, Shane. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Other jobs I got to do in September, got to bring some more wood over to the sawmill. It's going to be a lot better for the sawmill in a couple of years once those oak trees are mature. So yeah, yesterday we were harvesting this field. Was not looking good at all. But you can see 98% out of 100. Now the only thing I don't do for my fields is I don't roll. I think I'm going to be leaving a row of shame here on the left-hand side, but hopefully I can get it all in one pass. At the end of yesterday's stream, in case you weren't here for that, we did actually get wood beams and long planks up to the castle, so the process has started. And I do believe that we saw there are 65 steps in building the castle. We're in step 1. So we have a ways to go on that. Now, yes, we are doing precision farming here. I have not purchased a soil sampler yet. And I don't know. I may just go ahead and do what we did on the first day, and that would be to just buy the soil sampling. Hello, Eugene. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday so far. Appreciate you hopping on in. All right, so, yeah, I am done with the drill for the year. Because, like I said, the soybean field is going to remain soybeans, and I need a planter for that. And then, of course, the other field is going to be onions. I'm going to need a special planter for the onions. So this drill we are done with for the year. Let's see here. What shed is this going to go in? Oh, I also noticed I don't see any floating cows yet today, so that's a good sign. So that shed there is going to be for all of our tractors. I think the drill I'm going to put into this shed over here. Let me get myself a little squared up. I was not expecting to be that close to getting through the door, height-wise, but it's in. All right, does Sam... I probably did feed Sam, but we'll feed Sam to start today. He's around here somewhere. Yes, into the T8. Wait, did we just not finish that little tiny piece there? Is that the only piece I did not do? Let me have a look at this. And we go to pH. Yeah, I think it did the whole field except for that tiny little piece right there. Right here. I think I'm going to call that good enough for lime on the grass field. Let me just go down over here. We'll have a peek. Yeah, it did the whole field. So I'm not really done with the spreader because the soybean field's going to need lime in it. But I think I'm going to park this over here. And yeah, I think we're going to buy that small JCB and a fertilizer spreader. And that's going to be our dedicated tractor for getting some fertilizing contracts done. Nope, that's the wrong button. It's the button we need there. So I am going to put a little bit more horsepower into it. Jump it up by 20 horsepower for 10,000, because why not? BKTY tires is fine. Beacon lights, yes. Wait, where's the beacon? Oh, up there. So it can be on that side. That side. Can I get doubles? All right, we want double beacons. And then no. So yeah, we want double beacons. So the tractor is going to be 62,800. That's fine. So yeah, we're going to be doing contracts in this series. I'm going to have to just to keep up with the payment. So I got to spend money to make money. Did I go past the spreaders? Where's the spreaders? That was up here somewhere. Nope, there it is. And we will buy that. That brings me down to 137. Let's jump into our new JCB tractor. So this will be doing fertilizing contracts for quite a bit. So it'll pay for itself in due time. I don't think I'm going to need a front weight. We'll see what happens. I might need a front weight for it. I don't know. I didn't see how heavy the tractor was. We'll see when I fill up with fertilizer. If it starts doing a wheelie, we'll have to get a weight for the front. So this JCB tractor is part of the Highland expansion DLC, which comes out on Tuesday. Again, thanks to Giants for giving me early access to the DLC. So we'll fertilize our grass field first, because that's muy importante. So, I mean, yeah, it is taking some weight off the front wheels. So we'll fertilize our grass field, and then I think I'll buy a front weight for it. Make sure I turn up here this time. Yeah, it's going to need a weight for the front, especially when you go uphill. Yeah, I would like to try a Mercedes tractor. But I mean, that DLC's been out for it's been not that long. But I'm trying to show off more of the Highland DLC tractors, and this is part of it. I mean, maybe I'll get a Mercedes tractor in the future. The only thing that's putting me down on those is that they're manual transmissions on them. And as we see in field work, that kind of sucks a little bit using manual transmissions. So as you can see, it's not going to take long to get this fertilized. But yeah, definitely going to need a front weight for the JCB tractor. I mean, it can do without it. It's just going to struggle a little bit going up hills and taking some corners. That's why I'd like to put the lime down first. Makes it a little bit easier when you fertilize a field to see where you've been. Alright, and there's that. And then we'll get this tractor working on some contract work. So, fertilizing contracts and plowing contracts are the ones I'm going to probably stay focused on. Again, we'll be having workers do that stuff for the most part. I don't know where field number 32 is. But we will accept the contract. And also, we will take on field number 33, because I think it's right next to it. Accept contract. Did I just do 32, 33? We did. Where is that? $32, $33. Ah, it's over on the other side. All right, no problem. Yes, a weight. Where are the weights? Weights. I don't think I need anything too big. I would like to get one with a pin on it, because that could always come in kind of handy. I don't think there's going to be any JCB weights. So we will get a New Holland weight, I guess. It's a 1 ton. That should be heavy enough. All right, let's go pick up the weight. I'll top off with fertilizer as well. So we'll top off fertilizer, get the weight on the JCB, and then we'll get that over there and start working on some contracts. And then we are going to, once we get this going on the contracts, grab our Phoenix semi-truck and go on down and grab our young salmon and trout and bring that down to the dock, and we're going to grab our boat and head out into the lake. Because all of the field work for the farm is technically done for the month. Oh yeah, I should have the mini map up for you guys, because that way you can get used to the map itself. I think I'm somewhat used to where we need to be going. So if we get plowing contracts, I'll probably use the New Holland 8050 for plowing contracts. There we go. That seemed like it put a lot of weight on the front axle. Wait, is the name of the workshop or the store Kilted Pistons? Is that what that said? Kilted Pistons. Yeah, that front weight on the front of the JCB is made a huge improvement. Boy, every time I go under this bridge for the train, it just reminds me of Penye. I will say there's a lot of buses for AI traffic. So we'll be putting the Franks to use. If you're new here, I call my AI workers the Franks. We got Frank, Frank Jr., we got Franco, Francine, Francesca. All depends on who gets behind the wheel. Well, I'm glad we went with the extra horsepower just to get up the hill. Why is that yellow right there? I wonder what's on top of that hill. Again, if you're looking to buy the Highland expansion, it is on sale. At least I know it's on sale on the Giants website. Link in the description below until Tuesday, the 4th of November, 10% off. I think it's going for roughly about 25 US dollars, somewhere around 25 US dollars. And if you want to buy through Giants and help out the channel, link in the description below where it uses my promo code. But as I always say, if double check your sources where you usually buy games and get the best deal that's for you. All right, so field number 32 is in front of us. The question is, how do I access this field? Oh, I see the gate. Now, I got wide tires on here, but luckily crop destruction does not apply when working in another farmer's field. And I'll have to remember to close the gates when we are done. Just trying to see, does this have an option for four-wheel steering? And it does not. All right, let's go ahead and get ourselves a worker. Field settings. One headland is all we need because it's a 42 meter wide working width. And I'm going to do, I'll do 1% overlap. It's not going to take it that long to get the contract done. So while that's going on, we will jump into our semi. We got to go down and pick up the fish food, enter vehicle. We'll buy the 2-year pass with your code. Well, I appreciate it if you want to, but like I said, no need to. If, you know, find a better price somewhere else, you can go ahead and do that. Is it too late to get the 1-year season pass? No, you can buy the season passes whenever. The passes are just... It makes it more simplified, because by buying the pass, you're getting all the DLCs that came out in the past year. Now let's go pick up our fish and get on down to the dock. No, you can buy the season 1 pass whenever. You could wait until next year and buy the season 1 pass, and that'll just get you all the DLCs that came out in the first year. I mean, if you already bought all the DLCs that have come out separately, season 1 pass does not really... Well, this is interesting. Season 1 pass was not going to help you out too much. Alright, we got ourselves a traffic jam. I did not cause that. The buses did. Is 73 miles an hour or, well, 80 miles an hour downhill in the semi in Scotland a bad idea? I'm not sure if I'm going the quickest way to where I need to go. I'm just going the way I know I need to go. Alright, pardon me, bus, but... gotta get around you. I will somewhat go around the rotary. Should be this way, right? Yes, I think so. Gotta love that Jake brake. Sounds really good. Well, the one thing you could do, Lindsay, is just have a check. I mean, I don't know what... If you haven't bought any of the DLCs for the year, just have a look at what came out in the past year and see what you would like to have. And see what that would cost you, then compare it to what the season pass would give you. And see if it's worth it for you. Do we have any more fish going to be spawning here? Are they 1,000 liters per pallet, or... So you got 3 containers, and I got 5 containers. No, they're 2,000 liters apiece. So, whoops. So I'm not going to get any more pallets because it's at 1,000 and 1,000. So that's what we have. Before I get on the road, our contract is just about done. Now, if I was doing this, I would narrow down the working width of the fertilizer, but that's good enough. All right, so that contract is done. Now I got to get over to that field after I find the gate to get the heck out of here. Can I get to that field? I don't think so. All right, close that gate. And wait, that road... Wait, how do I get to that? Oh, there was... Oh, maybe there was a way there. All right, down and around. Let's see what this brings us through. Hello, Smokin' Joe. Welcome. Haven't played this March, but get an itch to farm again with the new expansion. All I can think of is how outdated my mods must be, and how many cool mods I have missed. I mean, yeah, it's the amount of mods that come out for Farming Simulator is quite a bit. So, I mean, if you haven't looked at all, that'd be a long list to go through. Boy, I wonder if it'd be better if I just did this one myself. I think I'll do this one myself in just a bit. Let me go to the completed contract, bring some money in. Alright, let's go back to my semi, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people want to see us get on the boat and head out onto the lake. I'm going to call it a lake. I'm going to hit that telephone pole again every time. Is harvesting corn at 50 miles an hour too fast? Yeah, that might be a little bit too much for the harvester to handle, but you know, if it works, it works. Wait, are you turning here? Yeah, you are. Gotta watch out for those buses in Kinlaig when they turn. They need a little bit more of the road, just like I did with the semi. Is this a one-way through here? Okay, wait, am I? I don't know if I'm going the right way. No, I am not. This is not how I get to the port. I mean, it gets me to a port, but not the port that I need to get to. Round and round we go. I'm guessing there might be a message in the bottle somewhere down there. We may have to have a look in a little bit. Let's see here. The dock I need to go to. I don't think this is the official way to get to it, but... Let's see, I could go down there. But I'm going to try to load up the boat from here. I don't know how far that crane can reach. I don't want to be in the water. Thank you. And probably good if I unstrap that stuff. And some of my fish just went overboard. Alright. Still end up in the water. Alright, I'll just tap through, get on the boat. There we go. All the YouTubers say this is by far the best Giants map. Do I agree? I mean, it's a nice map. I'm not going to say it's the best map. I mean, it feels like the best map because, well, it's new. So it feels that way. Unfold crane. Please start the engine first. I have no idea if the crane will even reach. Let's see, how does one extend the crane? Okay, that's up, that's down. That's side to side. Oh, wait a minute, I had one there for a second. Can I not? Why won't that raise up any higher? Oh, whoa, whoa, no, no, no. Boy, that's fast. And how do you... Well, that straps that. Q. There we go. Boy, it's just taken a lot to get used to this crane here. Alright, I can already say I'm not too thrilled about the crane, but the crane is not my specialty. I think, for the time being, we're gonna do it like this, because I gotta do it again with the crane. Oh no! I think I just lost some fish. I think that those fish fell through the water. Oh no. Can I get this boat closer to the dock? That'd be nice. Alright, I have to remember there might be a pallet of fish underneath the boat. I will say this is acting like a true boat. It's just not forward and backwards. But right now I'm just trying to get this closer to the dock. I didn't know I was going to fall into the water again. Alright, next time, definitely going to park the boat differently and get this all set up. But for now, we're just going to do it like that. Now, again, as we saw yesterday, I could put these fish on distribute, and I do believe they would go right out to our... what's it actually? I keep forgetting what it's called. Offshore agricultural. I think, let's see, young fish here. So yeah, if you can see that, I could put them on distribute, and they would just probably automatically go out to here, but, you know, I'm trying to show off what the expansion's kind of about. I'm guessing that pallet of fish I dropped in the water, that probably fell through the map, honestly. Can I strap those in? They're strapped in. Wait, is that the pallet down there? That might be down there. Let's see if I can grab that. Probably not. Where was it? Or was I seeing a shadow? Of course, now I can't see a darn thing. Ah, heck with it. All right, and away we go. Yeah, it'll be easier if I drove this up to, like, that dock there and put down the ramp. Which, by the way, the ramp is... No, that's the crane. Let me fold the crane back up. Actually, you know what would not be bad on here if it works, and I don't know if it will, is like a small forklift. No, it does not look like the ramp is going to go to where I got to unload. But the ramp would work on where you gotta pick things up. Now we're just gonna kind of ram into our offshore fishery here. I'll leave the engine running. There is no fuel, and there is no repair status for the boat. So that's where they gotta go. I could use super strength, but if I fall in the water again, then I'll lose the fish. Let's see if I can get used to this crane. See, that goes up and down, left and right. Does that button do anything? Oh, that rotates that. Up, down, side to side, so if I want to expand things. Oh, that took it automatically. So, right now, I really don't have fish food. Because we haven't harvested our soybeans yet. So we're not going to get as many fish. Why is that not connecting with those? Hello, Robert. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Alright, this is not too bad for the crane work. My side panel, I don't really have it set up for using a crane, so I'm not used to the controls on it. Well, I thought that would be close enough. It's up and down. What does that do? A little finicky to get the straps near enough to hook. Oh, wait a minute. The engine just shut off on its own? Why is the engine... What's going on with my engine here? My engine starts and stops. Well, that was weird. Okay, I don't know what that was all about, but... So be very careful about your crates. You don't want to be dropping them in the middle of the ocean, because that's going to be hard to recover. Alright, and grab that. Can you use the crane to retreat the fish? My guess is that was probably autocorrect. Retrieve the fish. If you're talking about the ones I dropped, probably not, because it looks like you got to get very close to the container to attach to it. And that container I dropped is pretty far down for it to just attach to it. Can you fish on Riverbend Springs? As long as you got the Highland DLC, you can use the fishing pole to fish on Riverbend Springs, I believe. But as for having this offshore fishing, I'm not sure. Alright, so offshore. So the recipe here is young salmon, which we brought in, will give us adult salmon. And we also have another recipe where if I gave them fish food, we would get a little bit more salmon. So the recipe here is 36 gives us 26. If I gave them fish food, we get 36 and we get 32 out of it, along with the fish food. We don't have fish food, so we'll just have to activate that. And with the trout, we'll just have to activate that as well. All right, so, I mean, I'm not going to get a whole lot of a fish, so we'll see. The question would be how much... Oh, good, we already got salmon and trout. The best price for trout is $24.14. This is on hard economy, and salmon is $38.99. So we'll let that go. The boat, I'm just going to leave here. I'll turn off the engine, though. And then we'll go back to shore to my truck. No, not set destination. Enter vehicle. I just noticed. What the heck is over here? Tell me I got a vehicle over here. Wait, I have access to a forklift? I didn't buy a forklift, but I have access to it? I have access to a forklift. Okay. So again, if you weren't here yesterday, this little sell point down here at the dock, this is where you buy your boats. You don't buy your boats in the vehicle store. You got to buy your boats down here. And the two boats we got is the cargo vessel. That's the one I purchased. $275. And you also got a sport boat for $55,000. Let's see if I can get out of here now. Didn't make it that easy getting down here with a semi. I was going to try to go out that way, but I think it might be better if I just back out of here at this point. And yeah, I did buy fish food yesterday, but it's rather expensive. Yes, I'm going through all the stoplights at the crosswalk. Let's see if there's a message in a bottle down here somewhere. It does seem like it'd be rather easy to see. Thought they might have hit it around that little pole there. We found 2 of them. Again, I'm not really aggressively going around the map looking for the collectibles, which we're not getting money for. Okay, there's not one in this area. I do have super strength turned on, but yeah, I don't know. Flight mode even, I don't think will get me down there to get those fish. I don't even know if the pallet's there. It may have fallen through the map itself. I mean, I'm not going to be too concerned about it. I mean, it sucks that I lost a pallet of fish. That was 2,000 liters worth of fish. We're going to get this kind of set up. I need to get wood on down to the sawmill. We're going to hop into our newest JCB and we're going to go fertilize that field. I was going to have a worker do it, but the odd shape of the field, I think it would just be better if I did it. So that is on over here. I think I just remembered I did not put lime down in the onion field. So I'll have to do that when I do the soybean field. Yeah, for contracts in Farming Simulator, I've always liked fertilizing contracts because it doesn't take that long. They pay decently. And of course, plowing contracts I love, especially if, I mean, only if I'm using the Black Sheep modding plow, because it's 12 meter wide. Those contracts pay rather well when using that particular mod. With fertilizing contracts, yes, you got to buy the fertilizer. But with a 42 meter wide working with, it does not take long to get the contract done. So it's time. It's your time is worth your time is what I'm trying to get to, and I think it is. I mean, yeah, we're gonna see. I'm getting paid like maybe 6,000 for this contract, but I probably spent 1,000 in fertilizer. So this setup here that I just spent $80,000 for, the JCB tractor and the spreader, this is what's going to help us stay afloat until the farm can pay for itself. So yeah, all the money that we do earn, I'm going to try to save up and buy more land. I'm not going to put anything towards a loan. But again, with the enhanced loan system, at every time at midnight when you see the loan payment, that money is going towards the loan itself. Not just the interest, but on the loan itself. So, yes, I am paying back the loan as we go. But I'm not going to add more to the loan until further down the line. So it looks like on the Highland map here in Kinlaig, that forklift down at the docks, I guess you have free use of. Which is kind of interesting that they gave us a forklift to use. I forgot what button it is to narrow the working width. Oh, Control Z. Contract complete. Put that back on the widest working width. Alright, and let's collect on that contract. So 5,000. I probably made a profit of 4, but I'll take it for that quick work. Cultivating deadwood, no. Fertilizing, a couple more fertilizing contracts, but 4 and 21. 4 is over by us, and 21 is somewhere. There is a plowing contract in lot number 1. We will accept that contract. Let's grab the New Holland. I would assume field number 1. I have no idea where field number 1 actually is. Field number 1. Okay. Just pretty much on down the road. We'll get a worker for this. And on a couple of the maps, I had forklift at the store for anyone to use. I know people have, like, a multiplayer always put, like, forklifts at the store to use to help load up pallets of seed and whatnot. But I have not experienced that on a map that I've been on, so it's kind of new to me. All right. You start working around this way. 2 headlands. 0% overlap on plowing. Don't need to do that too much. It's going to take them 20 minutes. It was pretty close. 19 minutes and 5 seconds. Probably close to 20 minutes. All right. We're going to jump into our JCB, right? I think that's where I need to be. Yeah, let's get into the JCB. Let's see, pallet forks, I'm going to put them somewhere where I'll forget. So for now, just going to put the pallet forks over here. Yeah, my toolbox, I need to move that toolbox only because where it's located, it is kind of hidden a little bit. Trying to see what we got for trees around here. Looks like it's all spruce and pine kind of trees, so they don't produce a whole lot of wood. Nope. Come on, turn red. And let's see, do I need to cut that one in half? I don't think so. Open up my jaws of, I was going to say jaws of life, but that doesn't make sense. Did I grab it? I did. So this went somewhat okay yesterday, loading these trees up. And the first one today, that went rather well. Strap that one in. Hello, Mr. T-Bone. Welcome. Let's see here. I guess my next target will be... You know, it's gonna grab that one right there. The plow is getting that field done rather quickly. It's already at 33%. We'll grab our fishing pole and do a little bit of river fishing in just a bit. I do want to get a load of logs up to the mill, because my mill is at what? 7,000 liters, so yeah. Want to make sure we keep that running, because that's where most of our money will be coming from. This is why I went with the big wheel loader. Oh, I actually don't have that grab, do I? Well, if it stays there, I'm okay with it. This tree... I think this tree needs to be cut. The length is just a little bit too much for our low loader. And I probably should have cut it there, because now that tree is somewhat in my way. I mean, that looks like the right spot for it. Okay, still a little bit longer than I thought it was. We'll see if that affects us when we drive down the road. It may do. If it does, we'll just cut it off and take care of it. So in the future, the oak trees I planted yesterday, this is how we'll do the oak trees down at the sawmill. We won't need the truck at all. We'll just use our wheel loader, grab the oak trees in full, and just have to get them into the trigger at the sawmill. I'm kind of stuck on the wheel loader still. And that did not work. Could be a little tricky getting this on, but we'll give it a try. I would like to strap it while I kind of got it on there, but I think it'll strap the implement. Alright, I may have to make a couple trips then. Alright, let's just go deliver what we got here. Which should be an interesting delivery in itself anyways. And plus it will get some wood into the mill. But I really need to get about up to 30,000 liters into it for a month. That's how much wood it'll go through in a month. And yes, we passed all the safety regulations for Kinlaig. We are breaking no safety laws here whatsoever. Luckily, there's no collisions on the limbs for the most part. Traffic is mostly going to be okay as long as it's not a bus on a corner or a bridge. We're okay. Kind of want to pass this car in front of me, but we'll get to the sawmill eventually. So yeah, in a couple of years, when the oak trees that we planted yesterday finally get to be full grown, it's going to be a lot easier keeping up with the sawmill. Now, it's going to be hard to see our saplings, but just to our right, you might be able to see the saplings. I think we planted 40 trees yesterday, 40. So in a couple years, we should have 40 full-grown oak trees. Now, the only problem with this sawmill, as some sawmills are, that got us up to 17,000 liters. Yeah, wood chips. They're spawning in pallets. And we don't have an option for storing wood chips other than take them out of the trigger and leave space for other things to spawn in. So it's not like the sawmill that we were using on New Hope, where it kind of had its own internal silo. And we can empty it out. It's going to spawn in 1,000 liter pallets. So I'm going to park the semi-truck over here just for a moment. I will turn off the engine. But right over here, so with fishing, there are hot spots. And over here at this water wheel, this fishing area is a hot spot. I don't know if I need to stand in this particular area, but this is where I was standing yesterday. So let's go ahead and do a little fishing. I think when I was fishing here yesterday, I don't think I caught any junk. I think we caught all fish. I probably should walk around that water wheel because there might be a message in a bottle here somewhere. Oh, nope. There we go. We will sell it, thank you. There might be a forklift at the sawmill, but that might be just a stationary one. I'll have a double look, but... Another trout. The water got awfully quiet all of a sudden. And it's back. Another trout. Yeah, so I think when you're fishing in a hot spot, you probably are not going to run into getting junk. Let me have a look at the map and see if that forklift... Let's see, sawmill... Wait, where am I? No, that sawmill you saw there is not going to be a usable one. Yeah, so this is going to be just a... you can see by it's all rusty and everything. It's not one you can enter. The only thing I got down here is my tree planter. So you can see some of the saplings that we did plant. Couple years, they will be full grown. Let's jump back in. Oh, no, I wanted to walk around the water wheel and see if there's a message in the bottle around here. The other two, once I knew what I was looking for, they were pretty easy to spot. Wait, can we go in here? Oh, we can. Maybe there's got to be one here, right? Okay, so there's nothing upstairs. How could there not be a message in the bottle at this place? It's like the perfect location for one. Wait a minute. I found one. There it is, between the rocks. So, third message in the bottle that I have found is at the water wheel. Again, if you want to know where it is on the map, it's by field number 42, between these rocks. Now, if you watch my money's not going to go up. 143, 500. $143,500. So my money does not go up by finding these collectibles. And the one thing I do not know is, can I go back and read these afterwards? I keep forgetting about. I keep thinking like any other game, like, oh, I can go back and read them at any time. I don't know if we can. Control settings. If I go to help, base game, precision farming, Highlands expansion. Is there collectibles? Who might they belong to? Collect all the pages to find out what happened to the author. You can flip through them in a special notebook where all the pages are kept. You can flip through them in a special notebook where all the pages are kept. Where's the notebook? This is the problem I've always had with Giants on the help menu. They'll tell you something without actually telling you enough to know where you need to go or do something. You can flip through them in a special notebook. So do I need to find the notebook even though I have found some chapters? The helper HUD does not show me any way to access a notebook. I have no idea. Let's get the truck back and get it set up for getting some more logs, because 17,000 liters of wood is not enough. So apparently there's a notebook that I could read the chapters, but I don't know where the notebook is. Maybe I got to go to one of these locations on the map, and I'll access the notebook. Maybe a notebook in your farmhouse. I don't think it would be. I mean, it could be. But what happens if you don't want to start at that starting location? So technically, when I set up this map before I started playing yesterday, I set it up the night before. I started as start from scratch. So technically that farmhouse I did not own. What if I put down my own farmhouse? I mean, it could be you can have access to the notebook anyways. But I've always had an issue with the Giants help menu to where they'll give you some information in the help menu that doesn't quite explain everything. Or maybe we won't get the notebook until we find all 12. I don't know. Yeah, there is a bookshop. I think we were at the bookshop yesterday, and it didn't give me any options, but maybe that was not the right bookshop. Let me go take care of our New Holland T8, because that job apparently is done. So $10,000. Appreciate it. $2,000 fertilizing, not that much. Rock removal, spraying. I mean, I could do spraying contracts. I mean, 8,000, that sounds like a good deal. But let me get my tractor back to the farm. Make sure I close the gate when I leave as well. Somewhere in the center? No? Here? Why won't that close? Is it because I don't have access to the field anymore? I'm not going to be allowed to close the gate? Okay. I'll leave the gate open. So I guess if I do contracts and want to close the gates, I have to leave the field, close the gate, then complete the contract afterwards. So our windmill here, which is producing flour and corn, canola oil, the flour is being distributed to the fish food production. The canola oil is not, because I have two productions that require canola oil, so I need to bring that down. I don't want to put it on distribute because mostly it will go to I don't want any go into the vegetable production. So let me go up here. Toastie's Bakery. Got the coffee house. That's the train. That's the castle that's being built. This is the magic books and tricks, but it does not give me an option when I go into that trigger. So either I have not found the magic bottle for that one. No, that's the train. That's the warehouse. And I think all the other ones belong to this. Natural gifts. Alright, I don't get nothing for that. I get nothing for that one either. There's a couple more over here. Box on the ground, which I don't have access to. Let's go down here. There's one. Oh, one right here. Nothing pops up in the HUD when I go into that trigger. Nothing pops up in that one either. Nothing there. Nothing showing up there either. Is this the clothing production, I would assume? Yep, that's the tailor shop, which we don't need. Alright, we'll figure it out at some point of what's going on with the chapters and wherever this notebook may be. But let me get some more trees over to the sawmill. Like I said, I want to get about... I mean, I would love to get it full, but that's not going to happen until we get our oak trees all taken care of in a couple of years. In the meantime, we'll just have to do our best. That should be... Oh, I was hitting close. I want to open. So again, I'm trying to clear out this area anyways, because I might be putting a shed in here in the future or something. So this seems like the best thing to do. And get that there. Yeah, usually this grab is for a lot of logs. The reason why I went for it is just because knowing that I was going to pick up trees with all the limbs on it, I didn't know if the limbs were going to block me from getting to the trunk of the tree to be able to grab it better. And using this in the past, I had no problems with it, unlike the other log grab, which I have had issues with before. Didn't like the way that kind of hung on there, but it loaded up rather nicely. It's not sticking too far out the back, and the front is right where I thought it would be, so... Do you want to try for another one? We'll go for this one right here, kind of a smallish one. And once, if we got enough wood in the sawmill, then I think I am somewhat done with the month. We can move on to October, where I hope our soybean field will be ready, so that way we can start making some fish food. Let me just see where this needs to be here. Okay, that didn't fall off like I was hoping it would, but if it's on there, that's all I care about. I mean, it's somewhat on. That could be a problem. All right, I'm going to try to get it on there a little bit better than that. That's better. Unstrap, strap. No. I am not going to be putting... I don't want to use greenhouses here. We're going to be doing contracts instead. Greenhouses are nice. I mean, yes, I've used them. We've all probably have used them. But I've used greenhouses so much, I'm trying to not do that on this series here. It's going to be rough because, again, every midnight, I got $50,000 worth of payments. So I got to make $50,000 a day / month just to stay even. And in the first couple of years, it's going to be rough. Because it's going to take a while for these productions to get going. But really, once the oak trees have matured, and I can really stuff all that lumber into the sawmill, I'm going to activate everything. And then I can just sell, you know, quite a bit from the sawmill alone. Kind of like what we did in Riverbend Springs when 25 came out a year ago. And that'll be enough to keep it going. Gonna let this bus come around the corner first. And the car. I see what you're saying there, Uncle John, but really the what we have access to, everything should be working. We didn't get told that some things are not available. Everything, this is the way it should be when it gets released on the 4th. Other than if we find some issues in between now and then. I mean, there's a chance that it's not working. It's just a matter of we got to figure out how to access the notebook. And the one thing I haven't done yet is I should go into the farmhouse and see if there is not a notebook somewhere. Or maybe I'm just reading that wrong where it said, you know, there's a notebook. Maybe we won't have the notebook until we find it all. 32,000 liters. I think that is going to be good for the sawmill. I'm going to check on contracts to see if any really good paying contracts are out there. You know, I'm going to take this. This is for spraying herbicide, right? Remove weeds in the fields by spraying it with herbicide. I'm going to accept that contract. It's 8,000. It's not going to take me long to do it. And plus allow us to use the sprayer. The cows, the Highland cattle's health are slowly going up because we gave them grass, but we should have a whole lot of TMR. I got 388,000 liters of TMR? How do I have that much TMR? I didn't get that much grass. $388,000 liters. I put in like 160,000 liters of grass, and I ended up with 388,000 liters of silage? How? I have no idea how that happened, but whatever. I think what we can do now, because that's a lot of TMR. Let me deactivate that. Also, let me deactivate silage. And I'm just going to leave it on hay. I think we might even buy some sheep. Next time I cut grass, I think we'll just make hay. We'll buy some sheep, and that way I'll get some wool, and I'll make some profit off of the sheep as well. The recipe is just 1 for 1. So if I put 100,000 liters of grass in, so I had hay drying turned on. I get 1 liter of grass will give me basically 1 liter of hay, and then for silage is the same recipe, 1,000 for 1,000. So it's 1 for 1. And then making the TMR basically is 2,000 liters, and 2,000 liters give me 4,000 liters. There's no way I should have ended up with more TMR than the amount of grass I put in, but I am not going to argue with that right now. so yeah, we'll just leave that as is. My sprayer. Where did I park my sprayer? There's my sprayer. Let's go spray some weeds. Hey, where do I want to put... I'm surprised I haven't run into it yet, but let me go ahead and move this. My toolbox. I think I'm just going to put it right here. Because that way, when I drive big items, they can go right through here and the trigger is not going to be a bother. But, so I can see it better, let's go to construction. And we'll go to here. Animal tracks, mud. That's just dirt. Dirt, stones. Just clean, I don't want to say clean it up a little bit, but make it more, that way it's more visible. And really I should not run into that from where it's at, but I'll probably find a way to run into it. Where am I going with this? Okay, so it's the field on the right. Why don't you take the lumber to the castle? We did already this month. Little pig, let me in. Where do I access? Oh, I think I see an access point down here. I'll be taking all the lumber up to the castle in the morning of the month, and I've already done that for September. So this side, when I get done with the contract, I'll exit the field, close the gate, and then collect on the contract. So even though this is a See and Spot weed sprayer, this field's going to have a lot of weeds into it, so I may use quite a bit amount of herbicide. But at least it's not constantly on. It's only going to spray where the weeds are. Yeah, I think it was at the end of the stream yesterday is when I brought up we're at 0 stage of 65, so I think I made $20,000 bringing up what the sawmill had made. So actually doing weeding contracts in the big fields might be worth it. Because with the working width and at a working speed of 16 miles an hour, and this machine right here is part of the Highland DLC. But this working speed and the way it gets along, I can make some good money doing herbicide contracts.
Hello, farmers. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Thanks, Cindy. Appreciate it. You fell asleep yesterday at the end of the stream. I pretty much did too. I mean, it was almost a 9-hour stream. Alright, so this is going to be kind of the tricky part, because I'm not using GPS, so it's kind of hard to see where I've been. But again, if I overlap, not that big of a deal, because it's only going to spray where the weeds are. So I'm not wasting herbicide. Yeah, I'm not really using hardly any herbicide. Well, I am using herbicide, but not at a huge rate. So I need to kind of save up some money, which is going to be kind of rough to do, so we can buy some more farmland. I'm going to need another field of canola. Did I go past the gate? I did, so I got to be over here somewhere. This is the kind of job I should be using GPS for, but right now I'm just eyeballing it and using my experience that I have to know roughly where I've been. %, 98, 99, and 99, and all right, let's look at the mini map. Where did I miss it? Go to here. Oh, there's a patch, big patch over here that I missed. I'll make sure I'm headed towards it. There we go. All right, exit the field, close the gate, then collect on the contract. I'm going to try to reopen the gate after I click on the contract to see if that's the thing. I mean, it sounds about right, because you can't access certain things if you don't have, don't own it. Yep, so you can't open and close gates unless you own the field or have access to it via contract. So I use about, what, 150 liters of herbicide for an $8,000 contract. That seems well worth it. Now let's go park this away. I'm going to look around the farmhouse before we go to bed. And we'll see if I can find a notebook or something somewhere. But hopefully in October as well, we'll have some soybeans to harvest. I will look at the sale page just to see what's on there, but nothing has changed as of yet. I could ask Grandpa Walter, but... Any triggers in here for a notebook? Farming CPT? I think that's what that says. This is where I can change my character. That's your wardrobe. It's our kitchen. And look who's looking at us through the window. Well, ooh, what does this do? That does nothing. That door does not open. And we've already been up here, and I didn't see no triggers up here other than our sleep trigger, which is right there. I can hear Sam outside sniffing around. Let me just read that again. All right, all around Kinlaig, you'll find messages in a bottle that have washed up on shore. Collect all the pages to find out what happened to the author. You can flip through them in a special notebook where all the pages are kept. So maybe I gotta find the notebook like I'm finding the collectibles, or maybe I don't have access to the notebook until I find them all. No, the... oh, wait, did I go up here? Oh, I didn't go up here. Am I looking at a CVT of a scarecrow, or what are we... It's kind of freaky a little bit, honestly. Did I open that? Is that closable, or... No, that's for that door. No, that's for that door. I didn't even see that. Honestly. Don't know how I missed it, but I did. Wait, where's my bedroom? Yeah, so I think the sawmill's the important one. We got 31,000 liters in there. The only thing I got active is the planks long and wood beams currently. Yeah, I don't think I want to do anything else. Again, I do have the mod that will allow me to increase productivity up to 300%. I don't want to do that yet, because that way you can kind of see yourself how long it's going to take to build things. Yeah, let's just go sleep through the night. So yeah, $50,000 in loan payments, $1,000 property maintenance, and $1,000 production cost. Sale page, no, nothing there that we want. Contracts, cultivate, don't care. Deadwood, harvest, don't care. Spraying is not, as we saw, is not bad. Is it next to the farm? It's not too far from the farm, so I could possibly do that. Oh, is our soybeans ready? Soybeans are ready. Hooray. The castle. I don't think we see anything. Oh, it's still in process. We got it needs 27 liters a piece to finish the current step that it's on. And we got enough of it up here, so we're just going to let that continue on through. But we'll get a good look at this place up here just to see what it looks like and see. I don't expect we're going to see that much difference on step 1 out of 65. Who knows, we may do. I don't think we'll find any messages in the bottle up here because imagine if you don't find the bottle and then build the castle, then you can't get to it. But I think we will deliver our sawmill stuff up here because I need the semi and the grain trailer. So let's hop into here. Well, let me move the wood chips. I may need to put the Omatana silo over here to store wood chips in because if I get too many pallets, it could cause a problem. Going to miss my pool to cool off in. Originally, I had that farmhouse mod loaded on, but then I said, you know what? I think I'm going to start at the starting house on this map. I mean, if I didn't have early access to this, I probably would have started my farm somewhere else. But since I, you guys haven't seen too much of the map itself, I was like, well, not many people have started here yet, so here we are. Again, wood chips. So I got more lumber than I did the first time, so we should get more than $20,000 this trip. And with 65 steps, I'm assuming that the castle's going to need a lot of wood. While I'm waiting, I don't know if that's everything. The sawmill still has 16,000 liters into it. And I think this is going to be everything. Ah, come on. You got room for everything there. Let's restack it. Oh, I see, because the trailer's pushed me forward when I bump into that. There we go. Now I got it all. Wait, how do we get to there from here now? I kind of forgot. Left. I could go left, right, left. Or just left, right. But I think I got it in my head. To the castle. I do like where they finally put in a progression on the constructible to know how many more steps we got, roughly. Now, the only thing I don't know is, am I going to need things like fabric or anything weird like that? I have no idea. Eventually, I'll need some of that stone that we were making. I do need to remind myself to, at some point, get back to the water tank and make sure the quarry has water. Ooh, there's a building down there that might have a message in a bottle. Good, 30,000 on that one. Let's go check out this building. I don't remember if I checked it out or not. That's a big bucket. Again, the messages in the bottle, if you have the line of sight, they do tend to jump out at you. But as we saw at the water wheel, it wasn't around or quite near at the building as much as I thought it would be. It was kind of offset a little bit. Well, I'm not seeing a particular place where it would be here. Alright, so in an odd way, I need to go back to the farm, get the grain trailer, and kind of get back to the sawmill, because that's where our soybean field is. And also we need to get the harvester down there as well, and I just noticed there is rain in the forecast. What's the weather actually like? No rain till about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so we are okay. This corner seems to be a traffic problem area. See, I could go either way. I'm going to go this way. I think it's quicker this way, honestly. Oh, first time I've seen traffic try to pass each other. At least on this map anyways. In real life, do you hear the Jake brake in the street or just in cab? It sounds like drive-by shooting with machine gun. In real life, you will hear it. Actually, a lot of, here in the States, a lot of cities or towns, when you enter, they may have signs out there that says no Jake brake allowed. And the fines can be pretty heavy if you get caught by using the Jake brake going through a city or a town. Something I wanted to hit. So I'm getting the canola oil and whatever flour is here. This will be going down to the food production, fish food production. Let's see, I'm out of canola oil, and we only got wheat left, so I should turn that off. Oh yeah, I gotta find a way to get this trailer. I gotta find a good parking spot for that trailer, because the truck is actually too high to get underneath that part of the fifth wheel. I may have to lift it up to get it back on. Don't think the trucks in the UK have it. Did not know that. Yeah, it's basically there to help save the brakes on the trucks and trailers by using the compression of the engine to help slow down the vehicle. There's been a lot of tests done to try to figure out, you know, does it put too much more wear and tear on the engine versus, you know, by using brakes, but like a lot of truckers say, they like the engine brake because by going downhill and using the brakes a lot to slow down the vehicle, the brakes can get hot, or since they are air brakes, if you run out of compressed air and you have no brakes, that's also a problem. So by being able to use the engine to help slow down vehicles, it helps save on the brakes somewhat. You had one on the DAF, used to drive but nowhere near as loud as this truck. Well, like the other day we were driving on ATS and we had the Volvo. I know it's a different game and it's a simulator, but that Volvo truck, that engine brake is not noticeable that much at all. But here in the States, the truckers do love the sound of their engine brake. Or a lot of people do put those special exhausts on their cars to make their exhaust louder. Alright, soybeans. Alright, now I need my combine. Well, it's right there. We'll jump out and grab that. So this is our Rosslamesh harvester. This is just a mod. This is not part of the Highland DLC. This is a mod I found on the mod hub, and I thought this would be a good harvester to use here, I think. Oh, I am going to have to take care of the weeds in my barley field to our left. That needs to be taken care of. Yeah, they'll buy a used car for a couple thousand, and then put a $1,000 exhaust on it, and $1,000 spoiler. So I'm what you call for vehicles. I'm a redneck. I got myself a pickup truck, and I don't really care for loud exhaust or all that. I don't know why, every time I see a house like this, I may have peeked here before, but just gonna look for a message in a bottle. And I currently don't see one. Now I know when we were reading it, it says messages in bottle washed up on shore, so they might only be on riverbanks and alongside the lakes, waterfronts. Trying to pull over to the side so the car behind me can pass us if they want to. I gave them plenty of room. Guy put a spoiler in the car and it worked. It spoiled it. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, so I got the same problem here. I'm going to try to do it the realistic way. Unfortunately, I want to destroy some of this crop, but it is what it is. So I can't get through here with the header turned, with the header on the combine. So I mean, yes, I can drive through the hedges. Alright, we'll go around the field this way. I usually like going clockwise, but it's soybeans. I'm not too worried about filling up too fast. So I have no idea how much fish food we're going to be able to make. And I'm trying to figure out, is it beneficial for me to put the fish food into the offshore fishing or for making the young fish? I don't know. I guess I'll determine. We'll have to see how much I can make, I guess. Well, technically, no. I need the fish food to make the fish. So yeah, probably putting the fish food into the young fish breeding, because the recipe is fish food to make fish. And at least by getting that, I can, because I don't need fish food to get the adults. That is all I really need. So it looks like we've gone through all the fish. How much do I have worth of fish? 15,000. Make sure I'm on salmon. 15,000 and 11,000. So I got about $26,000 worth of fish so far. That sounds terrible. So I got $26,000 worth of fish, and I did buy this. Where is the animal food? And how much did I spend on food? So this is why buying food sucks. I spent almost $21,000 buying the food. And in the end, I ended up getting about $26,000 worth of fish out of it. So hopefully by making our own food, it's more profitable. Now again, I am on hard economy, so if I was playing on normal or easy, the profit is going to be a lot better. But on hard economy, the profit, for the amount of money I put into it, that sucks. So I probably got pretty close to 400 grand. The boat was 225 or 275. No, I got more than 400 grand into it. The offshore facility costs 200 grand. And I think the young fish production cost 100. I got over $500,000 into it. Oh well. I'd like to take a few of those hedges down, just enough for your header to get through. I'm trying not to destroy too much. I mean, I could do it between the field and the sawmill because I own all that. I mean, I would like to use the gates. I didn't destroy that much crop getting in here, so it wasn't too bad. How do you make the fish food? There's a production building for that. So yeah, I forgot. I got to add that into it. So I probably got $600,000 into doing the whole fish thing. But we'll be going there with the soybeans, because the soybeans that are here, I need that to make the fish food. We need fish food, we need soybeans, flour, and canola oil to make fish food. So I better make a lot of it. So the fish food, that production, I'm not going to put on distribute because they'll distribute it to the offshore facility. Also to where the young fish are. And I really just want to do the young fish. To get as many of those as I possibly can. So, yep, this field I will need to plow up the tram lines. Get rid of those. And then this field and the onion field. I don't think I put lime down in the onion field. But those two fields need lime. And yeah, I gotta remember, I still need to buy, or at least lease a planter to put soybeans in. And also I gotta buy the onion planter as well. Again, if it comes down to it, I can just lease that stuff because it'll be a one-day thing. But we'll see how we're doing by the time we get to next spring. So right now, fish does not seem to be an OP type of a production. Well, we'll have a look at the recipe for making fish food and get a rough idea how much we should get out of it. All right, now I'm going to go around the field clockwise because the combine's going to get full. As you can see, it's a soybean field, so what kind of condition is a soybean field in? Actually, it's not bad. 94 out of 100%. So this field's actually not in bad shape. I mean, soybeans don't require fertilizer with precision farming. So fertilizer in the field is not required. So the only thing it's really going off of is the pH value. Don't even have a full combine yet, but it's what you get for soybeans. Yes, the Combine is a mod. It's on the mod hub. The header is part of a MacDon header pack. But this Combine is on the mod hub. It's not part of the Highland DLC, it's just a mod. Nice mod. I don't want to say it's just a mod like I'm saying it's a ho-hum. Did you hop back into the truck? I was closer to the Combine, thank you. Yeah, this is not a small Rostamash Combine. It's a good medium-sized one. I think it's either 509 or 590 horsepower combine. Let's have a look at it. It's 520 horse combine. So it's got some decent amount of ponies underneath it, and it holds 12,300 liters. And the header I have on here is a 13-meter wide header, so the auger is a good distance. I think the mod comes with a 9-meter wide header, but as I said, this is a 13-meter wide, and it handles the 13-meter wide no problem. So yeah, I do hope that we can make a lot of fish food with what we have harvested this year, because we harvested the wheat, we harvested the canola, and we're harvesting the soybeans. That's 3 of our fields, and all that stuff is for just making fish food. The other field we harvested was onions, and we are making onion soup with it. Yeah, I wasn't trying to go, obviously, on New Hope. I needed big headers there, although I didn't have the biggest ones. But I kind of wanted to run a smallish farm here, but I mean, it's smaller than what I had at New Hope for field size. So I'm not going to call this a small farm either that we're going to be doing here. But the fields aren't going to be extremely large either. But yeah, we're going to be on this map until we definitely get not just the castle built, but we are going to buy lot number 60 with the windmill on it. We'll build the windmill as well at some point. Although I think when I build the windmill, I'm not going to get paid for delivering things up there. So that's the only reason why I'm not doing it to begin with, because, yeah, I can't be doing things for free currently. And the reason why I don't get paid for delivering to the windmill, because that will turn into a grain mill to where you can make flour and such. But there's no way I could wait on this map to build our own windmill to get the grain mill to make flour so I can make fish food. So that's why we got our own windmill already. I mean, we sold horses at New Hope, but I didn't, on our last stream there, I did not sell horses or equipment or anything like that. We just kind of like, I just kind of wrapped up the series by saying, yep, it's our last day here. I didn't sell everything off on that map. I hardly ever do that. I mean, we had horses left, but they had probably like another year before I could sell any more. All right, let's go deliver these soybeans to our fish food production. Then we'll have to go back to the farm, grab our low loader that has the flour and canola on it, canola oil. So, just over 16,000 liters of soybeans. Try to keep peeking in that playground there. Maybe that playground have a message in a bottle. Wait, what's that billboard sign for? End the nightmare. Burn down before it's too late. Herbicide. Okay. Well, hopefully the recipe doesn't require a lot of soybeans because I don't have a whole lot. And it kind of sucks that the recipe calls for soybeans only because soybeans is not good for your environmental score on a precision farming field because it doesn't require nitrogen. But the problem is when you go to harvest it, it scores it as there was no nitrogen in the field, which lowers your score. But the crop doesn't need nitrogen, so I don't know if they fixed that in a recent patch, but that's always been a thing with precision farming and soybeans. I'm not stopping on a track until that car goes through. Let people know I have arrived. Alright, so fish food production. Is this the drop-off area for the fish food? Or the material? It's gotta be. Well, I should not get paid for this. Okay, we're not getting paid. So that's a good thing. So, fish food. Fish food factory. So we are doing the one with canola oil. So it's 50 flour with 50 soybeans and 12 canola gives us 100 fish food. All right, that seems like it's going to be decent. All right, I'll activate it. So the other recipes are, the only thing that changes in the recipe is what type of oil you're using. So you can either use canola oil, olive oil. So if you use olive oil, the recipe does change a bit. Everything requires soybeans, though. Everything requires flour or soybeans. But rice oil, it uses less rice oil, but it uses more flour and soybeans. Olive oil is the same as rice, 60, 60, and 8. Sunflower and canola is the same as 50, 50, and 12. All right. We'll activate that. The oil's not down here yet, but we're going to go pick that up right now. I don't think I've been out this way yet, so we'll go around like this. Oh, this brings me out to field number 1. This is the field we just did a plowing contract in. Alright. So the grain trailer, we're all done with for the year. And I don't think I've checked this place out yet, but we'll have a quick look. Not seeing one yet. Oh, no, there is one here. Alright, this will be our 4th message in a bottle. Again, these are the collectibles you're looking for. Currently, we're not getting paid for them. So when you find one, you can go back and read the other entries. So maybe after I find the 12th one, if I don't know how to open up this notebook afterwards, we'll read the chapters. But it's going to be kind of weird reading like chapter 1, then skipping to chapter 5, because you haven't found chapters 2, 3, and 4. So I think we got to get the whole story of what's going on here before I read into it. Hello, TK. Welcome. Hope you had a nice Halloween and you're having a good Saturday so far. Appreciate you dropping on in. I appreciate each and every one of you that are here watching me do some farming on Kinlaig. Yeah, I'm sure that is a notebook, but I'm hoping that we can just open it at any time, not having to find the collectibles to be able to open it. Alright, didn't have to lift up the semi-trailer to get that on, but we're all set to rock and roll. Where did I get the semi-truck? The semi-truck is on the mod hub. Luckily, this trailer... Wait, no, not this trailer. Sorry, the grain trailer. The grain trailer, the rear axle steers. These do not. So is that going to take it right from here? It will. Let's see here. So I think we got more canola oil than what it can take, so I'm going to leave that right there. So we should be making some fish food, and there it goes. The fish food I'm going to leave on storing again, because I don't want the fish food going to the offshore place. I want it just going to here, because this is the only way to make the fish. So we'll let it make it and go on there. Let's see if I can find it quickly on the mod hub. Let's see, mods, category, because it came out a while ago. Drivables, trucks. Oh boy, which one is it here? Luckily, there's not a lot of trucks on there. But it's been out for a while. That's the Warrior. I don't think that's what I'm using. I think it's... should be this one right here. Alright, let me copy the link. And it should be this one right here that I'm using. Hopefully that's correct. I believe it is. Alright, so that should be the link to the truck that I'm using, I do believe. Should be available on all platforms from what I saw. Alright, so we got fish food in the making. Okay, I don't want to drive over my own canola oil. So, in making the fish food... yeah, so it doesn't hold that much canola oil. So I should be able to... I don't know. I can't really do the math. Hopefully I can make... so it's half. Hopefully I can make 30 some odd thousand liters of fish food. You guys are going too slow for my liking. I'll take a shortcut. So I'll leave this on the semi because we're going to bring, yes, we're going to bring wood to the sawmill. Come on, bus. I'm on the railroad tracks. So next step, I'm going to go ahead and grab the sprayer and get rid of the weeds in our barley field. And then get the combine back to the farm and then maybe go over with a plow and plow up the tram lines in the soybean field. Also, I need to look at contracts as well. Bring some money in. Alright, gotta park this here for some trees. So, yeah, the name of the mod. If I go to trucks, where is it here? The name of the mod is a TLX Phoenix semi-truck. And that should be the picture, the icon picture you're looking for in the mod hub. I don't know how consoles show mods on their mod hub. But that is what you're looking for. The TLX Phoenix semi-truck mod. And there's a lot of options in there to customize your truck the way you would like to have it. Alright, our sprayer. go kill some weeds. Let's see, because some time has passed. Let me check on the contracts here. So fertilizing contracts, nothing too good. There is a plowing contract in field number 2. That's right next to us. Yeah, we'll accept that contract. Fertilizing, harvesting, spraying. That field there is not too far. I'll accept that contract because we're in it. It's just up the road from us, so we can do that. Let me get into the New Holland. And we'll get this set up for plowing field number 2. Again, got to do some contracts that just try to break even every month for a while. I say for a while, probably be like the first 5 or 6 years at least. Where do we entree? Oh, I think I was supposed to go up by my farm. Well, right through a hedge. Temporary course. Go that way. That should be fine. Create course. And away they go. 10 minutes, they'll be done. It's not going to take me long to take care of my weeds in my field and the other contract. So yeah, we did plow some of this field because of the tram lines. So the field doesn't have that many weeds into it. I'm a trillion% positive I'm not playing Farming Simulator 22. This is the expansion DLC that comes out on Tuesday, the 4th. I mean, I think I know why now you asked that question is because the color of the HUD, but that's a mod. I can change the color of the HUD to any color that we want. And for today I chose... I didn't really choose it because it was FS22 colors. I just chose it because it shows up better. Alright, that should be all the weeds in that field. Let me just double check. There we go. And yep, no weeds whatsoever. Let's head up the road and do the contract. Yeah, I do have the mod. If I go to settings, additional settings, I can change the color of the HUD to any color that I want. And yeah, it is actually called Farming Simulator 22. I can even go to FS19 colors. I just don't think the green, I like the color green, but it doesn't show up too well on the screen. I don't prefer the red either. But the blue color shows up, I think, the best for you guys to see what's going on. Going by Ben's house, or at least Ben's outside here. I don't know if that's his house or not, but that's where he resides. And I get access right here. Kind of easy to see where the weeds are here. Not sure why they're paying me to get rid of the weeds. Doesn't look like they planted anything. But hey, they want me to get rid of the weeds, I'll get rid of the weeds. For what little herbicide I got to use, it's definitely going to be a good profit of a contract. And once the New Holland is done plowing that field, we'll head on down to the soybean field and plow up the tram lines. Can anybody do that even on console? If you're referring to change the color of the HUD, I think that's a PC Mac only mod, because that involves scripts. And consoles do not usually allow script mods. Trying to see, did they, what did they do here? Yeah, I was ready to say, I don't think they even harvested the field. They had potatoes here and they withered. So I have also a look at some point in this month, because we do got some salmon and trout to sell. I don't know if there's a peak time to sell them or not, or are they going to be like the same price year round. Contract is done. Don't have access to the land. No, turn off, please. Thank you. Let's not waste more herbicide. All right, close the gate. Now collect on the contract. All right, let's bring this back to the farm. Park it on up. When the DLC comes down on Tuesday, do we set to pay for it? Not if you already paid for it. You should never have to pay for something twice. Alright, so while we're waiting for the T8 to finish up the plowing contract, because I need that for our soybean field. Oh, let's go up to the castle, because that was almost done with stage 1. Let's see if it finished stage 1. It did. It finished stage 1. And the next stage, it needs wood beams and long planks, which we already brought up. So we have enough to finish stage 2. But stage 1... I see, they're putting up like scaffolding for fixing the stone. And you can't get on the scaffolding. So my guess is scaffolding is going to go around probably these parts. But this is stage 1 of the castle, and there is 65 stages of building the castle. So when you start here, yeah, the first couple stages, you just need wood beams and planks long. We already have the quarry running. I should be stockpiling that stuff. Yep, we got plenty of water still in there. What is the stonemason? We should be piling up some castle stone and roof shingles. So hopefully this will store enough up so when it's ready to rock and roll, we'll have it good and ready to go. So there's that. Our New Holland is done with the contract. I did not open the gate for here because I didn't enter the field the proper way, so... But we'll exit the proper way. Okay, close that up. All right, now we'll collect on the contract. And we'll just have a peek. Harvesting contracts... You always think it's worth it. At least I always think sometimes it's worth it. But then the amount of time and everything you got to do, deliver. Yes, you get a little bit of extra grain at the end and what they pay you for. But it's a lot of work for the payment. So yeah, no other contracts I want to do currently. So let's head off to the soybean field and take care of those tram lines. Get around our wheel loader and semi. Yeah, this map is not going to be free to play on because it centers around the fishing and the Highland cattle. So it's not going to be like, here's the map, but you won't be able to fish or have the cattle. That would be a lot of coding that would have to go into it to not allow it to have it. I mean, if you bought the DLC, you'll have it. You'll have it on Tuesday. Don't know what building this is. Don't know if it's just a sell point. Looks like it's just a sell point. Any chance there is a message in the bottle underneath the bridge here? Nothing there. Don't see nothing right off. Alright, I'm holding up traffic. Not sure why that car is stopped. They could have went on through. Oh, that's right. My combine is still here, too. Got to bring that back to the farm. What I'll probably do when we leave here with the plow, I'll get into the combine, and I'll have a worker follow us back. So this will eliminate the tram lines in the fields when I plant my soybeans next year. We'll be good to go. Yeah, I am surprised this TA, even though it has like 50 more horsepower, I think, than what the plow requires, it does seem to struggle a little bit with it. Not sure how the AI worker gets along with the plow, but for me, it does not want to seem to stay. Once it reaches 10 miles an hour, it does not want to stay there. I mean, it's pretty darn flat here. All right, now we'll move the combine, get it off the field. But really the only crop that I'll have to take care of every year for plowing will be the onions, because it's a root crop. Soybeans, barley, canola, those type of crops, we don't need to plow the field after harvest. So this tram line here, and then one more. And then this field just needs lime on it for next year. Again, this New Holland T8000 series, this is part of the Highland DLC. Alright, tram lines have all been taken care of. They should have all disappeared. And yet we don't see them around anywhere. They would kind of look like this field over here. But well, everywhere where the tram lines were. Now we got a worker to follow us here. No, we want you to follow. Maybe not that far back. Yeah, we'll go 40. Do have to watch out for the buses on this map. They do take the wide corners. So we're going to go back and grab the spreader, fill that up with some lime. And we'll start off with the onion field and put some lime in that one. I don't think I put lime in that one. I mean, I'll find out pretty quickly if I did or didn't. But I don't think I put lime in that before I plowed it. But then again, we did a lot of work yesterday, so maybe I did. I just don't remember. Well, Miles, maybe your worker thought your combine needed a wash. The combine, we are officially done with it for the year. I'm not doing contracts for harvesting, so we'll put that away. Okay, maybe not enter the shed like I did last time, because that I did not get a good angle last time. So this time we'll go in the other way. Can I just miss that worker? I used to be able to do that. Distance 40 offset. Is it Shift H to get rid of the worker? Yes. No. Shift H didn't work. Or did it? Are you still following me, or did I... No, you are. So is it Control H to get rid of you? No, you're still following me. There used to be a way to get rid of the worker. State following. Right Control X. Shift. Not sure how I shut off the engine there, but that's okay. No, they're still following me. Used to be a way in 22, or was it 19, you could stop the worker from following you from the lead vehicle. I just have to do it that way. No big deal. Left my beacon on the sprayer. Alright, so the plow for now, I am done with that. Think I don't have any lime. Nope. Last place we used it, the grass field, and it just about did the whole field before it ran out. Not fertilizer, but lime, please. So, did I put lime in this field or not? No. I did not. It's close, but it's not quite there, so... Hopefully this won't be too bad. Probably should have put the lime down before I plowed it, because it'll make it a little bit rougher for me to drive through. So this is going to be our onion field. I should check out my stock market page to see if there's anything I should be selling this month. I know September, October is good for dairy products. We don't have that. But I need to see on the fish if there's a peak month to sell that. So once we get this field with lime in it and our soybean field with some lime into it, that's our fields other than the grass field, which I'll be mowing again in next month actually. The grass should be at its full height. Actually, wait a minute. Yeah, next month. Technically the grass is ready for harvest now, but it's not at the highest growth stage. November it will be. And I think, since we got so much TMR, I think I'm going to get some sheep so we can get some wool. I don't plan on doing fabric, but at least we'll be able to sell some wool and get some money from doing that. And then we'll do like I did on Shamburgo is when the sheep get up to be worth $1,000, we'll sell them. But something does not seem right with that mixing silo, because I ended up with way more TMR than I think I should have by looking at the recipes. Something was not calculating there. Either my brain's not doing it right or something. I have no idea. This is Kinlaig? Yes, it is. We got the Highland cattle right in front of us, which is part of the DLC. I'll just get this little piece right here. Yeah, not going through that much lime. So this field wasn't in bad shape pH-wise. So next year, when we harvest onions, because the pH value will be better, and of course, nitrogen would be better. We should be getting many more onions than we did this year. Don't think I'll get it in one pass, but we'll give it a try here. Yeah, that's close enough. Close enough. Alright, I'll just put it over here for now because I got to get down to the soybean field later on and spread that with some lime. Let me just see when's the best time to sell the fish. Salmon. Says July for salmon, and trout's probably going to be July as well. Again, I don't have a whole lot because we just really started. So, I mean, the price isn't that far off. Anything else I should be selling? TMR I should be selling, but of course we're not selling that because need it for the Highland cattle. So we should have some fish on... where are we here? Oh, I can't... wait, can I go... Oh, visit. There we go. Oh, wrong button. So there's our adult fish, if you will. And yeah, what we'll do is we'll bring our... you know what? What we'll do is we'll move the boat over. Hang on, we'll jump over here. I'll put the platform down. And I'll at least get them on the boat. And as for the crane, I'm probably not going to use the crane to load them up because that was that was a little bit of a struggle to watch me do that before. We'll just use the bumpers on the dock to kind of maybe square me up. What button is it for that? It should be... Ah, there we go. Lower the ramp. That way I won't fall into the water. How much do these weigh? 400 kilograms. So I am using super strength to pick them up. Not a big fan of the crane, but we'll just pop them on in here. And there we go. Can I raise that back up? No, you got to be in the... I just fell through the boat. I'm falling through the mat. I don't want the game to crash, so I tabbed. I didn't want the game to crash, so I tabbed. I didn't want... I have no idea, but I just fell through the boat somehow. Are all my pallets still here? Yes, they are. Alright, let me get back in here. Let me strap those in. And... Oh, you gotta start up the engine to raise the ramp? Yes, you do. Now, hopefully I don't know where I was standing where I fell through the boat, but hopefully that doesn't happen again. Can I make this jump? I can. So wait, there's not an easy way to get to the platform to walk, is there? Kind of gotta jump over everything. So since we don't have any fish in here, we don't get to see them swimming around. I thought we saw them the other day and I didn't have any fish in here, which is weird. Yeah, so today we don't see any. Interesting. Oh well, not that big of a deal. All right, we'll fly back over to shore here. Yeah, can I see? I dropped a pallet in the water. I think it went through the map. Because I don't see it there at all. I think it was there for a second and then it just fell through the map. So I did lose a pallet of fish. Young fish. Before I got it onto the boat. It happens. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to go back to... Yep, right here is good. The sawmill is going to need some more wood. Right? Yeah. So we need a couple more trees for the sawmill. I guess it doesn't matter which ones I take down. So yeah, try to get at least 2 trees on there and see how it looks on the trailer. If it stacks nicely, then I'll maybe try for a 3rd. Stump be gone. This tree might be in the way, so I'm just going to delete the tree. I hope. There we go. All right. Let's get some wood. Wrong button. That button helps. First tree we usually get on there, no problem. It's adding a 2nd and a 3rd. Might be a little bit on the cab. What I can do is just cut the tip of the tree off. That'll do. Strap that one in. Alright, let's get on the other side of the tree so I don't have to back up. I can just be able to drive forward. So again, we got a sawmill running because we got to build a castle. And as we now know, the first couple of steps require long planks and wood beams. I try to make this one a little bit further down the trailer. That looks like a good spot. It is dancing around a bit, so let's get that strapped in before something weird happens. I think we could try for a third tree, because those two loaded up nicely. Kind of. The 3 trees is the max I'd want to go. I got rid of the whole stump in one go. Been a while since that's happened. Hopefully this will load right on top of the other 2. And this should be enough to get me through until November. This tree seems to be a little bit longer than the other 2. Nope, she's sliding off the trailer. Let's make it a quick unstrap and strap here. That could be a problem, so... Oh no, it unstrapped. Oh, I forgot it's going to unstrap everything. Because the limb didn't disappear. It unstraps. Unlike the other time when I cut it and it disappeared, it won't unstrap it when that happens. Luckily, everything is still pretty much on the trailer. We will grab this and put this on here because every liter of wood will count. I mean, road approved, I think. So let's go and get to the sawmill. I mean, yeah, really the trunk of the tree should be on the flatbed with the tip of the tree is being off, but don't think it matters in FS. It's just the way I'm grabbing the trees and going with it. See how it goes down to the mill. Just might be a slight problem with the arch bridges. With trees hanging off the back as far as they are. Could be a slight problem. I do have one tree that seems to be... It's acting like it's not strapped in. think I'll have a look at the contracts page again, and just once we get this delivered. And if there's no contracts out there worth doing, we may go to November, where I can cut some grass. And also, we should have a good amount of fish food, I hope, from our production to make some more young fish that can be delivered to our offshore production. And I may put that on distribute to make sure that will actually distribute to the offshore fish. I mean, I don't know where else it would go, but it should go there. All right, so we go from 13,000 to 31,000 liters of wood into the mill. That should be good for another month. And yes, I hate wood chip pallets. I wish they just had a storage for them in the mill and we can unload it. But that's the way it is. Yeah, so I don't think any new contracts will have come up really. So we're looking at spraying contracts, fertilizing contracts, and plowing contracts. And nothing really worthwhile of doing. So yeah, I'm not going to do any more contracts today, I don't think. Fish food. I mean, it's only been a little bit. It shows 588, but that's what it's got in storage. I wonder if there's any in the spawn area. And that is a no. Nothing in the spawn area whatsoever. Didn't really look around here. We'll look for a message in the bottle. A collectible. See if there's one around here. Currently, I don't see anything. I was wondering if they didn't stick one up here or something, but nope, not one there. Can we open that gate? No, that's not a gate that can open. No, I didn't want the fishing pole. Just having a peek around every little corner, because we don't know where they put them, of course. Sometimes they hide them really well, and other times they're just in plain sight. Go up these stairs here and just check. Nope. Yeah, so we don't see one around the fish food production. Yeah, so I think other than I could go down and spread lime in our soybean field, but again, I don't need to do that until it's got to be done by next spring. So we got plenty of time. Yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and skip to the month of November. So I should have about 100 grand in the bank account by the time we wake up with all the payments we got to do. Yeah, we'll sleep to 8. We'll see how dark it is in Scotland in November at 8 o'clock in the morning. And it looks pretty dark out. But Grandpa Walter's already out here. What's up, dude? Let's see what we got for fish food overnight. So we got 3,000 liters, which is... it's not a whole lot. It's not worth coming down and grabbing right away, I can say that much. Contracts. Let's see what we got for contracts first thing. Harvesting, no. Mowing. Ooh, a couple of plowing contracts. Where are they? They're relatively close to us. Yeah, that's just up the road as well. So, I mean, that's not too bad. I mean, it'd be $14,000. So I think I'll accept them. That way they don't disappear. Let's take a trip up to... actually, let me put the time scale to 360 for a minute. Just to try to get some daylight here. But let's go visit the castle and see if it's still on stage 2. And yes, it is still on stage 2. Or wait, did it complete stage 2 and it's on stage 3? Oh, let me slow down time. It's 10:30. I kind of forgot the time scale. Yeah, I think it completed stage 2. Now it's on stage 3. Yeah, the scaffolding is getting higher, as you would expect. Let's get into the semi and we'll go deliver the wood up there. I forgot my JCB is still in that field. So yeah, we are down to 100 grand, so 50,000 at night is what we're losing for the loan, running of production buildings and property maintenance and all that. So we'll move the wood chips first. I'm sure there's more wood chips in storage. They'll pop up here, but we're gonna go sell this to get some of our money back. It's a lot of wood chips that just spawned. I mean, I don't think Omatana silos are that expensive. So maybe I'll put one down and that way I can just put the wood chips in there. What have I got left inside that sawmill? That should be everything that spawned. I still got 12,000 liters, so that's going to run for a bit. So I don't have to rush here with wood right away. Alright, up to the castle. Keep that castle fed. I don't want that production of it being constructed to stop. Although I don't know what the next stage is going to require. It might actually start requiring some stone blocks, but we got some. Actually, maybe I'll go grab the stone blocks and roof shingles that we got. Going to need it at some point. Might as well have some in there. That way, when it does get to a stage that it needs it, it can get right to work on it instead of me maybe not catching it right away and having hours go by. There's our veggie production. We got some onion soup sitting outside. I just assume that's going to be January that we sell that. That's the quarry. But we got to go up to the stone mason, which should be up here. Or is that... Wait a minute. I've only been here once. No, this should be the stone mason. Yep, stone mason's up here. I see, the stuff is spawned on the side. Now, I'm sure the roof plates... wait, what are they calling them? Roof shingles. I'm sure the roof shingles can go up to the castle. They can. Price isn't the greatest, but it's only $100 off the highest price, so it's in the vicinity. And just like the stone, castle stones are roughly in the vicinity where they need to be. So we're actually getting a lot of stone blocks up here. And this production is not going through as fast as we are making the stone blocks. Not low of the best, but it's on there. Oh, don't. Nope. Did not hit the pedestrian. I stopped in time. I don't know why, but I just saw that ladder going up there. Is that leading up to a collectible? Well, I would hope not, because you can't climb that ladder. I mean, I can go in flight mode, but that's something the devs should not do. Putting a collectible up there and needing like flight mode to get to it. Alright, up to the castle and deliver all these goodies. Alright, up the mountain we go. It's bad when an 18-wheeler would, well, not a full load, but it's got a pretty good load on there. It's passing a car going up a mountain. That's right, I am kind of curious. What is up here that's showing me that's why it's yellow? Can I climb up here? Oh, I can. Coal company. Choose product amount, coal. Did I miss something here? Why would I need coal? What other productions are on the map? There's a bakery. Biomass. carpentry, spinnery, tailor shop. And this is the windmill that we have to build. You have to buy lot number 60 to build it. What am I using coal for? I have no idea. Is that on the sell list? Wait, there's charcoal. And there's coal. I can buy coal from the coal mine for $0? Coal blasting furnace. What is that place? Okay, I tagged it. Coal blasting furnace. Here. Alright, so this might have something to do with the messages in the bottle. Because I can't interact with this. Well, you can see a stack, chimney stack. Interesting. So we found 4 of the collectibles, right? I think it's 4 of them we found. Yeah, 4 of the 12. So maybe once we collect them all, we'll figure out what this is all about. They actually keep track of the amount of fish you caught and how much trash you caught. I think I caught 2 tires, a warning sign for a slippery floor, and a bucket. Sold fish 8, released fish 1. Now let me get back in this truck here. So interesting, there's something to do with coal and charcoal, but I don't think we can do it yet. Probably have to find all the collectibles. Well, now it makes me want to find the collectibles even more. Before I was just like, yeah, if we find them, we find them. But now it's getting to be as like, we should find them. All right, $46,000, almost $48,000 for that delivery, so that almost offsets our loan payment overnight. Consoles don't get flight mode, so why would they put one up there? No, I'm just saying with a ladder, it looked kind of suspicious with a ladder there, and when I couldn't climb up the ladder, I was thinking, okay, there shouldn't be one up there because they shouldn't make you have to use flight mode to get to one. That's something that they wouldn't do. So that's why I don't think there is a collectible up there. Yeah, so I think the next thing we're going to do is our grass field should be ready. I'll leave that truck there for now. Oh, there we go. That's exactly what I wanted. We're going to go cut our grass. Oh, yeah. Actually, I should get... Alright, the New Holland is got the lime spreader. We'll actually grab the Massey Ferguson. We'll get the plow and we'll get started a worker on those 2 contracts. Didn't have to run into my plow that aggressively, did I? No, I didn't. They're both right next to the farm somewhat. Alright, that one's down there. And the other one is up the road. Right, I'll go do the one up the road first. So work I need to do in November, the grass field, we'll put that into our silo to turn it into hay. And yes, I think we'll get some sheep. Because otherwise I just got the pen there for no particular reason. I mean, I could sell it, but I'm not going to get a whole lot for it. And since our grass fields seem to be producing enough to make TMR for our Highland cattle, I think getting some sheep will be good. Wait. Sam, what the heck are you doing way up here? I'm not saying Sam has traveled away from the farm a little bit, but his doghouse is like over here. Actually, more. No, it's be right here. Sam has wandered from the farmyard just a bit. Alright, we're going to get ourselves, of course, a course play worker for this. One of the Franks. Not going to take him long to do this. Just get started a little bit and then send him off. It says 15 minutes, but I don't think it's going to take them that long, but who knows. Oops. I was right next to it. I heard the engine running. That's a big bump going over there. Alright, this is not going to take us long to do this. Turn on the forage wagon. This thing does unfold a little bit slow. So hopefully the yield is going to be just a tad bit better, but this was a grass field when we got here. The soil in this field is not great. But since it's just a grass field, you know, whatever. And from what we've seen, This grass is going to do us just fine for currently what we're doing. I think we got about 160,000 liters on the first cut, but since then we put down the correct amount of pH and nitrogen, so hopefully the yield will be a little bit better. Hello, Richard. Welcome. Thank you for dropping in on a Saturday for some farming on Kinlaig. I'm not doing too bad. Hopefully, like I said, you're having a good weekend so far. What are we harvesting? We're just cutting up some grass. Gonna turn this into hay. We're gonna get some sheep. Help us get some money on in, because my loan payment is it's a little bit on the steep side. I've had worse. Yeah, so far, the whole fish production, again, I got to base it on hard economy because that's the only economy I play on. Yeah, it doesn't, right now it does not seem like it's really worth doing. But, I mean, I'm only on day 2, so I got to give it a little bit. I do like, we do get to fish with a fishing pole and catch some fish and sell them that way. It's a nice little addition for people who like to kind of do a, as they call it, a survival challenge. So it gives you another option instead of just starting out by using a chainsaw, cutting up some trees. You can now just buy a fishing pole and go fishing. Can't wait for this DLC this Tuesday, which is your birthday. Well, a double bonus for you and an early happy birthday to you. The map is nicely done over, as far as I'm concerned. We were kind of talking about earlier, I guess a lot of people are saying it's the best map Giants have done. I guess what some other people are saying. I wouldn't say that, but I would say Riverbend Springs and Goldcrest Valley are still my favorites. I don't want to say this is my third favorite. I could be just saying that because it's a new map and I'm playing on it, which makes it feel more exciting. I would have to give it more time. But I'm going on just what maps Giants have done. I'm not going to do overall maps. And also, I haven't experienced the entire map either. I just found out we can buy coal on the map. And possibly make charcoal. Possibly. I'm not sure. We know we can sell charcoal. But I think it might have something to do with the messages in the bottle. We'll have to wait. Because I've only found 4 of them so far. But I was not aggressively going out looking for them. But I may look for them a little bit more, knowing it could open up some more possibilities for us to do things on the map. So I don't know if anyone remembers yesterday what we got for yield off this grass field. I thought it was 160, which is pretty much what we got right now. So didn't see that much improvement. All right, let's go put this grass in our fermenting silo, make some hay. All right, here we are. And we just want to make hay with this batch. Fermenting silo. Should be the only thing I got on. Chaff, silage, grass silage. That should be off. It is. So it's not going to take us long to get some hay. I'm going to leave that there because that's what I'll probably use to transport the hay. Looks like Frank Jr. is the one in charge of plowing up this field. This needs to get back to the farm, unless there's a fertilizing contract I want to do. And currently there is none. Well, I kind of need it back to the farm. Probably should look around this house here for a message in the bottle. Let me guess, because I completed the contract, I probably can't open up this gate. Nope. Alright, we'll go out this way, I suppose. Want to see what's over here, because now I got a yellow marker over here I don't remember. Oh, who is this? Oh, this is Noah. You're kind of a far ways off from the sawmill there, sir. Just looking for a collectible. Noah's looking at me like, what are you doing, dude? I'm just looking around your house. That's all. Alright, dude. Nice to see you. I'm out of here. That silo creates hay? Yes, it does. That's a modded silo. It's a fermenting silo. I can make silage. I can make TMR. I can make hay. I just can't help myself when I go buy houses like this. I keep thinking we're going to find a message in the bottle at one of these. And as we have seen, if you got line of sight to it, they're pretty easy to see. I don't see one here. That reduces process? Yes, it does. Since I'm in this, we're going to go back to the farm and quickly fertilize the grass field I just cut. That way it's ready for next April? April or May? This JCB is part of the DLC for the Highland. I got a 150 horsepower engine in there. Seems to have a little bit of an understeer to it. I think the sunflower field is the... No, it's not. Not the sunflower field is one I had a contract in, but it's the one I just went by before that. Our lovely Highland cattle. No, we got still floating cows. I guess it just takes them a while to start floating. And after I fertilize this, we'll get the Massey Ferguson and the other field to start plowing up that contract, and we'll take the 8050 New Holland and put some lime in the soybean field. Now those are beef cattle. Those are beef cattle only. Well, maybe I should double check. It should only be beef cattle. Oh, I shouldn't be fertilizing the grass field because it doesn't know that it's technically grass growing here. Well, I already started. Unless that was fixed in a recent patch. I mean, we've had 2 patches in the past couple weeks. And I did not read the patch notes. Yeah, because it's not spreading the fertilizer well on the field. You can see it's doing some weird patterns. Well, it's a grass field overall, so it's not going to hurt us too much. Starting to look like sherbet ice cream on the map. With all the different orange, yellows, and reds. You want to turn on there? Oh, I ran out of fertilizer. I'm like, why did it turn off? That's why. You're out of fertilizer there, sir. Don't need the beacons. We can turn those off. I'll double check on the cattle, but they should not be producing any milk. Yeah, it's not showing anything here. If I have milk, it would show up here. That barn I put down does allow milk, but they should be just beef cattle. Yeah, there is a trigger there for milk. I'm kind of glad that they don't produce milk. I just don't want to get involved with the whole dairy production. Don't get me wrong, dairy production does make a good amount of money. But it does seem like the amount of cattle I usually end up with, I get so much milk I can't put down enough dairy productions. Alright, so where was I here? So a grass field, I think, usually needs about 50 to 55 of nitrogen, and I think I probably got too much in here now. Yep, I'm at 150-ish on the nitrogen, so it's over-fertilized. Yeah, so if you're unfamiliar with precision farming and grass fields, you gotta wait for the grass to regrow before you really want to put down the fertilizer. Now let's see, where do I want to park this? That shed there's for other 3 tractors. I mean, I got plenty of room in this. Well, it's not really, I don't think it's really meant for a shed. It's really more, I think it's a bunker for actually onions. But since we just take all of our onions when we harvested them to the vegetable production, that don't matter. I want to get to the Massey Ferguson. Was that running? No, that's just the sound of our productions. There you are. Alright, so we'll collect on the contract after I close the gates. That bus was nervous like we're going to collide. Of course not. Is there a way to that field via my fields? I want to say there might be. At some point, we'll look at possibly putting down a pond in the middle of our cow pasture. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not going to be able to open up the gate, am I? No, I can, because that's my field. Where's this field I'm plowing? It should be just... I thought it was right down here, but... Ah, it's over here. Alright, I'm not going to drive through the hedge here, because I should be able to open up that gate, which I can, because we own this field. I'll leave it open because I'll probably just come right back up through here. Okay, in the field, so... Don't need an overlap with a plow. Don't know why I keep showing a good overlap. And that should be done in about 15 minutes. Before I go down to the soybean field and spread that with lime, I'm going to go top this off because I don't want to be too far down there and run out. I'm actually going to turn the mini map off. I think we've had it on long enough. I think people must be somewhat familiarized with the map by now. As for the cow manure that's slowly starting to pile up, maybe at some point we'll get ourselves a manure spreader and we'll use that on the grass field instead. Yeah, I'll collect on the other plowing contract when I get both of them done. So once we get this soybean field spread with lime, we should have all the fields that we bought yesterday taken care of with lime and everything until they get planted. The only thing we're going to be planting in the spring is one field of soybeans and one field of onions. Now the soybean field is not really kind of next to the farm, is it? But we kind of needed that soybean field. Well, we needed a soybean field in general, and that was a soybean field, but we needed that field next to the sawmill because I needed to put down tree saplings so we could feed the sawmill in the future. It'll just be about 2 years from now when these oak trees will be ready. It'll be much easier to get the wood into the mill. And I may want to plant more trees in there because I want to make sure that sawmill is going to be running 24/7, which it has been since we got it. But it's going to be crucial to pay back that $8 million loan that we have. So again, the field is only half plowed because I had to get rid of the tram lines. So this field, yeah, it was down on some lime as expected. Anyone that does precision farming knows the first fall that you're there, you're buying fields. None of your fields are going to be in perfect condition or near perfect. Can you spawn in some soybeans to speed the process of fish food? Well, that kind of, I mean, I can do that, but it kind of goes against what I'm trying to do here. I don't want to just spawn in stuff just to get things going. I mean, the fish food is going to make, we got soybeans in there. It's just that the cycles per month are kind of slow for fish food. I mean, if I'm going to spawn in soybeans to make fish food, I might as well just spawn in the fish food. I mean, we can buy fish food, but as we saw, buying the fish food, that was expensive for the amount of fish that we only got out of it. But as I said earlier, it does not seem like the fish production, at least on hard economy, is really worth doing unless you just want to do it for fun. And that's why we play games, is to have fun. But if you want to do it to make money, Yeah. It's not that profitable. But I'll have to see, because, as I said, we bought that fish food, which cost me $21,000, and in the end, I ended up getting about $25,000 or $26,000 worth of fish. So a $5,000 or $6,000 profit on the first cycle. But that was me buying the fish food. But again, we also went through the process of, for all the production buildings I bought, and I think, just a quick number, I spent like 600 grand for all of the fish productions. So buying the fish food production, buying the production for making the young fish, the production for buying or for making the big fish, and the boat. I think everything there cost like 600 grand. It's going to take a while to get my money back on that. And not only that, I'm harvesting soybeans, wheat, and canola to make flour, canola oil, to make the fish food. But really, in Farm Sim, just like in our last series, A New Hope, even on a hard economy, you make money, I don't want to say easily, but you make it well enough. So I don't mind if I just break even on the fishing. At least I can show it off, and then you guys can decide when it comes out if you want to go ahead and go down that route. Good night, Uncle John. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday evening. And yep, I will be streaming tomorrow, right back here on Kinlaig. And just remember, we are turning our clocks back an hour here in the States. So, I still would be streaming at 12 o'clock New York time. But 12 o'clock New York time is going to be an hour later than usual for other people, if you don't switch back your clocks. Or back to usual time if you already switched back your clocks. Because let's make it confusing for everyone. But appreciate you, like always, being here. And like I said, enjoy the rest of your Saturday and have a good Sunday. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. All right, that field is done. So just checking on some things. I don't remember if I did check if this entire field needed to be plowed. I just plowed where the tram lines are. But yeah, it looks like we're fine. Just says we got some small weeds growing. All right, we're going to bring this back to the farm. We'll park it on up. I should not need to lime anything for at least a couple of years. Maybe the grass field, because we're going to get 3 cuts of grass on it per year. So that may need it once per year. You can see our tree saplings to our left. Those are the oak trees that we planted. I think I planted about 40 of them. Watch out for the buses. The buses tend to just pull out in traffic. So I think for the sheep, because we're going to get some sheep here very soon, I don't know how many that pen holds. So I think I got to look at that first. But I'll try to do the same thing. I want to get newborn, adolescent, and adults. That way we have different cycles of sheep. Because the sheep, just like the cattle, okay, those signs don't get knocked over, and the bus. All right, bus, you kind of got me in a pickle here. All right, I'm going to have to turn off traffic here for a moment. Settings. No, I hit save game. Settings. Game settings. Traffic off. Traffic on. What was I saying now? Oh, yeah, the sheep and the cows. So, yeah, we'd be selling the sheep when they hit $1,000, just like the cows. I think the beef cattle, because they're considered beef cattle, if it's like FS22, 3,200 or 3,500 for those. And our Massey Ferguson 9S has finished the plowing contract. Okay, lime spreader I am putting over here. Those other two implements, that is what we use for harvesting our onions. Alright, so while we're going by the sheep, it holds 32. So if I get 5 of each. So I mean, probably the Welsh sheep is what we should be getting. We'll get 5 of the newborns for 1,150. Get 5 adolescents for 1,700. And we'll get some adult sheep for 2,694. And oh, they actually got food in the trough. How much do they hold? Doesn't hold a whole lot. Only holds 4,500 liters. That is a small feed trough. Again, though, the trough, I mean, the pen only holds like 30 sheep, so maybe, well, maybe they're not going to need a whole lot. Going to need a pressure washer on the farm at some point. Not yet there, so don't have to worry about feeding the sheep. All right, we got 2 contracts that we have completed. That's 7,900, 7,000. Some good cultivating ones out there, but I don't have a cultivator. Harvesting contracts, I not having interest in it. And nothing else there of interest. So, contract-wise, I think we are done. At least for November. I'm going to shut my gate here, and I'm going to go around. I don't want no one getting in my field. Don't see Sam as much on this map. We just saw him a little while ago. He's way up in the corner. He's pretty far away from the farm. We just saw him. So this is where his doghouse is. And we just saw him up in the woods over here a little while ago. So yeah, he's ventured a little ways from the farm. I mean, yeah, it's going to be different. You got to realize on New Hope, where the farm was, it was rather open. We didn't have that many hills where the farmyard was, and the fields were rather big. So he kind of stood out. Oh, I'm on the wrong side of the road. He stood out quite a bit. So here he's roaming around a little bit more, I think. Park the Massey Ferguson away. So as for field work, contract-wise and on our farm, I think we are all set for a while. So yeah, next spring, which could be tomorrow. We should get to spring tomorrow, I would think, because I'm not going to have too much to do. We'll be planting onions there. And also we'll be planting soybeans. I don't have... Yeah, I don't have those implements. So either I'll buy them or lease them, not too sure. How are the cattle doing? I got to wait for the cattle to get through their feed before I can put some TMR in there. But, yeah, they're getting down for the grass I put in. So I can put some TMR in there. And, yeah, with grass alone, their health does get up to 100%. I think it was Branding Iron that said that their health won't get up to 100% with just grass, but they did. And I thought they did. Their productivity is only going to be at 40%, but I don't know what that means because they're not producing milk. I don't know if it has an effect on their overall value. But we got plenty of TMR anyway, so we'll be giving them TMR. Not a big deal, but yeah, you can feed cows just grass and their health will get up to 100%. If you got dairy cattle, that would really matter. We know that because their productivity of milk will only be at 40%. But since these are beef cattle, I don't know if that affects their overall value as a cow. And the sheep we just got. Let's see. Sawmill. Yeah, I haven't brought wood up to the sawmill, so that's going to need to be taken care of. But as of right now, enter the vehicle. I was going to say, it sounds awfully quiet up here, but no, they're going to work. They are working. We got enough to get this stage done, but... Yep, this is the castle we are building. 2 stages out of 65 complete. So this is what it currently looks like. Oh, hang on, let me get a better view over here, I think. So yeah, it looks like we're getting up some scaffolding, but yep, this is the castle that we are building. Like I said, stage 2 out of 65 are complete and currently on stage 3 of building our lovely castle up here on the hill on Kinlaig. I think it's going to be a while before we get this done, although I may be surprised. Since we know kind of how to attack these kind of projects after doing Riverbend Springs, maybe we'll get it done quicker. I have no idea. Let me just take a quick trip on down to the fish food. And let's see here. What do we got? Oh, I'm still in flight mode. That's why we're really fast. Are they 1,000 liters apiece? No, they're 2,000 liters apiece. So we got 8,000 liters of food. I need to bring that over to our young fish breeding. And I think I'm going to put these on distribute. Although I do have probably... Alright, I got a couple of pallets here, so I'll have to bring those out. But from now on, those should get distributed automatically to our offshore agricultural. And currently we have... Oh, that's right, I loaded up the pallets, didn't I? We loaded up some pallets of adult fish, but apparently the best price for these is going to be midsummer. I mean, the price overall isn't too bad now. What am I looking for? There we go. Yeah, so currently the price is $33.30 out of $38.99, so it's not too bad. But yeah, I'm not in a rush to go sell them, although the money would be nice. But yeah, I think that's where we're going to wrap it up for today. A little bit shorter stream than yesterday, but it seems like people are dwindling slowly out of here. So I might as well save all the excitement for tomorrow. We'll get through the winter months and get into springtime. We'll replant our onions and soybeans. And like I said, we'll keep up on the contracts. Try to keep our head above water with the money situation. But I mean, we got enough around the farm to keep us busy, I do believe. And yeah, maybe we'll go around and look for more of the messages in the bottle and try to see if we can get more of the collectibles done and maybe figure out what the coal and charcoal are all for. Maybe we'll figure that out. Maybe I'll come back on here later on tonight and just have a quick look around. Now that I know the map a little bit more, maybe I'll see if I can find some of the bottles. But anyways, I'm going to jump out of here. Appreciate everyone being here for some farming on Kinlaig. Again, this map and DLC comes out on Tuesday. Thanks again to Giants for letting me have early access to the map to show it off to you guys. If you have any interest in buying the DLC and you haven't done so yet, link in the description below. We'll bring you to the Giants website where you can use my promotion code if you like to help out the channel and buy the DLC that way. I do always recommend, though, checking your local place where you buy your farming simulator stuff and see if you can find it cheaper there. But I do know through Giants the DLC is on sale until Tuesday, 10% off, and I think it's like $25 US for the DLC. The Highland expansion DLC is 10% off. Yeah, I'm going to jump out of here. I will be here again tomorrow, same starting time, like usual, and yeah, we'll get some more farming done. Again, appreciate everyone being here. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Have a good Sunday, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. But until then, have a good one.